God is always there for me. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner drop bombs, and the youth them needs you. So ask me what I'm gonna do.
Listeners and viewers, yes, to the radio. Today is Monday, and as usual, we have our list of programs, interesting programs for you this afternoon. We are going to go to the Caribbean. Yes. I'm going to be talking to the President of the Association of Caribbean Media Workers, Mr. Harvey Pankin. Yes, Mr. Panker. Yes. And as I was saying in my remarks, that we in Jamaica, we have our number one problem. Our number one problem right now as we speak is the violent crimes. This weekend was not a violent week for us. And when I look across the Caribbean, I see where violence is also high on the agenda of Caribbean Island. Oh, by the way, how is it in Suriname, Mr. Banker? How is it where you are? Mr. Banker? Hello? What is that? Mr. Banker at all. Hello, Mr. Banker? Hello? Lost him again. Yes. Mr. Panka?
Yes, there seems to be a problem with the connection.
Yes, I lost you twice. No, I was asking, yes. I was asking you how is it in Suriname as it relates to violent crimes there? Is it high on the agenda?
Yeah, I think according to the government, to politicians, it's high on the agenda. We also have our fair share of crime.
Yes.
Lately. And they're dealing with it, but a lot of neighborhood, sometimes it's drug-related crime. Yesterday, my sister phoned me, right, she's working in the hospital, and right in front of a hospital, a man probably had a huge amount of US dollars with him in his car, and they just robbed him in front of the hospital. So somebody knew he had that amount of cash, and they shot him, and right in front of a hospital. These things happened in Suriname, and a lot of times these crimes are drug related, and then you have the usual burglaries, yes, and
yes. Well, across the ocean from us in the Middle East, violence is very high over there, and based on what I saw, the last report indicated that 41 members of our profession, 41 journalists were killed. I'm sure you are following up what is happening in Gaza. What do you make of it?
Yes, it's truly sad. And November the 2nd, we had this day, this Remembrance Day. The day of was it for crime against journalists.
Yes.
And we had that remembrance also in Suriname, and via our the organization we're attached to, IFEX. I don't know if you know IFEX. It's a human rights organization.
Yes.
Based in Canada. And we had a letter sent to the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression, and we asked them, we urged them to say something about what is happening over there with our colleagues. That is, and it was Palestinians, it were one Lebanese, is also a Jewish one, so it's not good. It's not good. So no, we have to condemn that. We have to condemn that strongly, and we know that yes, doing this profession, you're constantly a target. As a journalist, you have to know that, especially when you're in a region when there is a lot of crime, and you know that when you will do your work, write articles, and make news articles, etc., that you can be very careful as a journalist. And one thing we have to we also as ACMB warn about is that when you as a journalist. Know your surroundings when you go somewhere to do your work. Know your surroundings. Never put yourself in danger. If it's too dangerously, don't go.
Yes.
Your life, your work matters, but your life matters most.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your life matters most. So it's what we tell them here in Suriname, all across the region. Your life is on number one. Then your work. If it's not safe, don't go there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But
no, earlier this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You were making a point, yes? You said earlier.
Yeah. Earlier this year in Suriname, I don't know if you heard that the filing that happened during the street protests in Suriname when the protesters entered the national or parliament, and that was very violent. And one colleague here, they burned his car down. The people were like crazy. They just turned his car over and just lit it on fire, arson. So people will not when they and you know these things are fired up by the constantly repression in the country. You know, we're under the restructuring program of the IMF, and a lot of subsidies are cut down by the government. So life is becoming very hard here in Suriname. Mm-hmm. The salaries of the people aren't enough to pay for basic needs.
Yes, sir.
And now today, this week, we're in the midst of protest.
Yes.
You know, like we're in the midst of protests. So teachers, police, firemen, everybody. But it's in the start. Today it was the union leaders called a big protest near police station in Paramaribo. They called it off, but you know, but the government know that something is cooking.
Okay.
So they one of the main reasons for the protest is the lately taxes. The taxes that they up the taxes so that price for gas becomes like maybe 50 to 100% increase by 50 to 100%. So
yes,
something is brewing here.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are saying right now as we speak, the public sector workers in Suriname are restive.
Yeah. They are.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And so the country can brace itself for a number of protests.
Yes, yes, yes. And they know that the police are prepared, and even the police,
Okay.
even the police themselves,
Yes.
something is brewing out there. So yeah.
And all of this has to do with salary. The workers, what they want? They want salary increases.
Salary increases, but according to the IMF program, you can't give salary increases right now, because they are in this restructuring program.
Yes.
So they had to the exchange rate to the US dollar. They had to put it on. They had to how you say that? They had to lose that. Because we had a lot of, from the central bank, they had a lot of saying about the US dollar exchange rate, but according to IMF, they have to leave that alone. So you know what's happening if the central bank doesn't interfere anymore. Yes. So it's like open market. It's an open market situation now, and the exchange rate to the dollar is like nearly 40 Surinamese dollar to one US dollar. Yes, and then that's pretty much, it came from, like, in 10 years, it grew from like 350 Surinamese dollar for one US dollar to like $38 something for one US dollar. Oh. So you can imagine.
Yes.
And the salaries didn't increase that much. So life is very hard.
Yes, and I can imagine that cost of living is growing.
Yeah, cost of living is growing because they didn't increase the salaries, so everything is dependent on the US dollar. So the people can't hold it anymore.
So what is the government saying to the workers?
Yes, we have, you know the usual story. We have to be patient. You have to be patient, and it will. The better times will come as long as we do this IMF program. Better times will come. So they can't give salary increases right now, because if they do that, they will. It's not according to the program.
Yes,
The program says something like cut all subsidies to gas, to water, to energy. You have to do that. But at the other hand, they have to do social programs where they got the money to do the social programs for those who need it the most. But those programs doesn't work as is expected. Yes. People are still suffering under the circumstances. So that will feed hatred. That will feed all kind of things.
Yes.
When people are fed up, crime will rise.
Yeah. Mr. Panka, could you tell me what will it, in US dollars, how much will it cost to feed a family of 4 as we speak in Suriname?
A family of 4?
For a week.
For the week. Only to feed, like, maybe, let's say, if I take my situation, like, maybe you have to have like a 2,000 SRDs. It's like, if you divide it by 30, it's like maybe $100 US per week.
$100 US, yes, I see. Yes, that's
100, and people are still earning per month $200 to $300 US a month.
Yes.
You do the math.
Okay. Yes. That will be put a lot of pressure on the workers. I can see that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the Caribbean Media Association, sir, you are the president. Now, when you look at what is happening in the Middle East, Gaza, what is your association message? What is your understanding? What is your position? What's the association position on what is happening in Gaza at this time?
So we didn't make, as an organization itself, as ACM, we didn't put out a statement yet about the situation, but through IFEX,
Yes.
we and the special rapporteur, we did. And we did urge the special rapporteur to take action to within the United Nations to bring this on the table, to start looking after journalists. But you know, there are international treaties, you know, right, for journalists, especially our group, for protection. And those treaties are violated.
Yes.
You know, when you do your work in regions like Gaza, you have to, journalists wear like sometimes a UN helmet or vest or sometimes, so they're recognizable. So we say they are targeted.
Yes, sir.
They are targeted, and that had to stop. Because if we say they have to stop, do their work there because it's unsafe, then we have freedom of expression. It's a human right, and everybody deserves to know the truth. And we are one of the bearers of that truth, right?
Yes, sir.
So we urge them to talk to those governments within the United Nations to protect this human right.
Yes. And
that is what we can do.
Yes.
And as like I said earlier, my message to all journalists: when it's not safe, don't go there, because
sir.
Your life matters the most.
Yes, I can well understand that, sir. And I sincerely hope that our messages has been transmitted and the action has been taken to relay our messages to the relevant authorities. Now, from a Caribbean point of view, sir, what would you say at this moment? How would you describe the state of the Caribbean media at this time?
I lost you for a second there. Can you rephrase? Can you?
Yes, I am asking that how do you associate, how do you view the state of the Caribbean media in the Caribbean? How would you describe it at this time?
Especially this time, you know, and November 2nd, we had the Remembrance Day to end the impunity of crimes against journalists. And there are a lot of, in Jamaica also, there was a point when a media station was targeted. There was a shooting on the parking lot. And a few days later in Suriname, maybe a month later in Suriname, not so long ago, shots were fired also at a parking lot of another radio station in Suriname. So I think the media in the region is still under threat. And if I didn't even mention Haiti, where journalists are literally killed and have to flee.
Yes.
Right. So this work not only across the globe, but especially in the region, journalists are targeted, and this profession is under serious threat. So in this regard, we are now the Association of Surinamese Journalists, together with help from the ACM and Miss Gloria de Mays. She's from the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights. She's elected and she will take office in January next year. And we organize a seminar, 2-day seminar, where we want to talk about these things.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, like we will also make mention about the case of the indigenous people here in Suriname and their land rights. Also, women and media, all those things, because we have to be aware that and we have to still be on it, that crimes committed against journalists don't go unpunished, because if they do, we're like an open target.
Yes, sir. Yes. And
and
yes. And when you look at the the state of the media, and I am looking at where possibilities for opportunities are concerned. When you look at, are you satisfied with the state of the media houses in the Caribbean at the moment, as it relates to providing employment for journalists?
You see me sighing. You hear me sighing.
Yes.
I think if I look here in Suriname, a lot of media houses here have very small newsrooms.
Yes.
And as things progress, they don't want to employ a lot of journalists. And where the threat comes, with the social media thing, you have a lot now, a lot of citizens journalists, right? And they do a lot of news on social media. But
yeah.
But these are citizens. Every profession has its guidelines, and so does ours. We know what a news article should have to be trustworthy, to be called trustworthy. You have to have more than one source, right? And we investigate before we bring out a story. So we have a role there, in the light of this information to still inform the public. But we were talking earlier about the cost of living and the pay. A lot of media houses don't have sufficient funds to pay a lot of journalists, so they will do it like one or two, and if you're doing like one or two and you have like 2 or 4 times a day a broadcast, the quality of your news, of your product will suffer under that. Mm-hmm. So that's also a threat. It's something also we want to talk about at the seminar starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
And these things, I don't have an answer right now, but we have to constantly address this issue, because otherwise no one else will do it for us.
Right, sir. So you are seeing a drop in the quality of journalism being practiced. You see that? You have seen that?
Yeah, mm-hmm. I've seen that, because if you are one or two journalists in one newsroom, and then like 3-4 broadcasts, like if you have online media, and you can do the proper investigation for a story to bring it out. I always say, be first, but first be right.
Yes, sir. Right.
But we don't have the time, because we have to produce constantly. And who's going to do the investigation?
Yes. We welcome social media, but as you pointed out, that journalism has rules.
Yeah, it has.
Yes, yes. And
Code of Bordeaux, it has rules.
Yes. and we as traditional journalists, we have to say that once you are not abiding by those rules, then we can't describe it as journalism at all.
No, not at all. No.
Yes. And do you see any threat from the state? And I'm talking about Caribbean media. Do you see any threat coming from the various states in the Caribbean towards the press?
Threats like in our own country?
Well,
I didn't get that.
Threats from the state in Suriname, in Guyana, in Barbados. I'm talking about the Caribbean media. Do you see any threats coming from the various states towards the media in the Caribbean?
you have to be very. Those threats are there. Those threats are there, but you know, sometimes they doesn't come directly to the press. You know, but you have to be very careful.
Right.
They will come with new laws. They will come with this and that. So sometimes they want to like organize the press. President in Guyana want press to register before they come to his press conference. All sort of things. So you have to be. Sometimes they just give it another name, you know, and that's why you have to be very careful that you don't shoot yourself in the foot.
Right. Right.
So I want to add this little something. You know, in a lot of constitution, press freedom of expression is a human right.
Yes.
And all those countries have that in their constitution.
Yes. Yes.
Sometimes a lot of countries have this freedom of expression law.
Right. Well, what is the relationship between the press and the government in Suriname at this time?
In Suriname?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I can't say it's a bad one.
Yes.
But when you know what's the thing? The president or the minister he assigned to listen to us, they will always listen.
Yes.
But sometimes when the press will do their work like we're supposed to do, they will come like for instance, maybe I can make this with an example for more clear. Maybe you're a media house and you would you live by government ads, right?
Yes.
They pay you for the ads and stuff, and you would bring out articles that maybe sometimes criticize them,
Right.
and they would like stop. They would like stop it.
Okay.
So they wouldn't prevent you from working, but they will do like subtle things that hinder your work.
Yes, because if they cut the advertising, that is an obstacle in the performance.
Yeah.
Yes, it can impact. Yes.
And you can. Yeah, and you can't bring him to court. If I'm advertising, if I don't have a contract with you and I'm advertising by you, I can cut it anytime I want.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yes, sir. I can see. Mr. Panka, let us take a break and let me try and make contact now with the president of the Jamaica Press Association.
Okay. One moment, sir. I have to warn you because I'm at the airport now. I'm waiting the flight of Mr. Wesley Gibbings. He's one of the speakers of the seminar we're doing tomorrow.
Okay.
So I don't know if he arrived, then I have to leave this.
Okay.
But
all right. But
okay, then you know.
Yes, just hold it there. Let me see if I get Mr. Milton Walker. This is Rebel Radio. Let's go for a break. welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, Mr. Panka, we still have you with us, right?
Yes.
Yes. We are with us, Mr. Harvey Panka, President of the Association of Caribbean Media Workers. Yes, sir.
Yes.
And before we took the break, we were talking about the different sources, and if we were looking at the states in the Caribbean applying any pressure on media houses.
Yeah.
Yes, but what is the association doing in terms of, facilitating training for media workers?
Yes, we're doing a lot. We're doing a lot of training facilitating. We have our training institute, the Media Institute of the Caribbean, MIC, and now we're busy for one big one in Jamaica this next year. So we'll do something. So maybe I can meet you in person there.
Okay.
So we do a lot of training. Yeah, yes. We have our training institute, and we do a lot. Assisting like also as ACM, we assist other sister organizations, those our members in across the region, if they ask maybe for big journalists, beginners to do a little training for them, and we usually do that. If they ask us something, sometimes we provide.
Mm-hmm. And you of course you link with all the media organizations throughout the Caribbean, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But we have one problem right now, because we have to, next year we will look into that, because a lot of those media organizations in those countries, sometimes they just demise, they I don't know what's happening over there. Sometimes journalists just leave the profession, and sometimes usually go work for the government or maybe for the private sector, and that's also a threat for this profession.
Right.
That seasoned journalists leave the profession.
Uh-huh. Tell me the countries where you have active press associations right now in the Caribbean.
Like in the Caribbean, Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Kitts and Nevis, Barbados, Suriname. I don't know that all by heart, but we have also in the French-speaking region, like Martinique. Also,
and Haiti,
we have a focal point. We have a focal point in Haiti. There is no press association there, so we have a focal point. And when we organize things, we also let Haiti be involved. So we have eyes on Haiti also. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Uh-huh.
And these associations, they are active, and
but in like Martinique, there's a problem there, and like Saint Martin, they won Saint Martin, Curacao, there was one, and then they went silent there, but they seek contact with us again, so we're assisting them to establish a new journalist association there. So we're constantly in contact with journalists all over the region. Where there is no journalist association, we have also a focal point like the Virgin Islands. We also have one there. So
Mm-hmm. That's very good, sir. Very good.
Yeah. We try to make it as broad as possible to, like in the name, the Association of Caribbean Media Workers. So we're trying our best to unite the journalists.
What are some of the changes you are seeing in media, how media is practiced in the Caribbean? Are there any changes that stands out?
The changes, one of the biggest changes is social media.
Yes.
A lot of, when you have to, me personally, I don't see social media as a threat. It is a threat, but on the other hand, you don't have to see it as a threat. You can use it. You can use it properly to enhance your broadcasting, to bring the news to the people. Like this environment we're living in, it's like you work 24/7 a day. Yeah. So people want to access the news anytime, anywhere. It's not like 10 or 20, 30 years ago, like when you're coming home, you go in front of the radio or you listen in the car or in front of the television, and then you go watch news. Yeah. No, if you have a break, you can just watch the news.
Yes.
And I see that the Caribbean embrace social media. Yeah. A lot of journalists are on Twitter now.
Just break it. Just hold it there for. I think we have been joined by Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker.
Hi, good afternoon, Desmond. Apologies for taking the botany, as I told an emergency came up, so I had to deal with that.
Okay. Hi, Milton.
Good afternoon, Harvey.
Right. And so, Milton, before you came, you were talking about the threat to our colleagues in Gaza. And Mr.
Right, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mr. Panda told us about what the association has done. But locally, Milton, what is our take on it?
Well, if in terms you mean as a PAJ, but we certainly condemn any actions which are going to inhibit press freedom, and we support the ACM statement that was issued. As you know, I'm a member of the ACM executive, and I think the last count I saw on the weekend was 42. Sorry, not 42. 37. Sorry, journalists had been killed since this conflict began, based on the information from the Committee to Protect Journalists. But that's not the only area of concern. The other parts of the world where it is dangerous for journalists to operate around the world. Hello?
Oh, hier is ook aan. Oké, dank u wel. Want ik zie Ali vertrekt, hoor, dus ik twijfel.
Harvey, I think I'm hearing you.
Sorry. Yes, one moment, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yes, Milton, go ahead.
Right, and as I think earlier this year, journalists, UN, the body that deals with press freedom and journalists, which is UNESCO, had said that the killing of journalists is on the rise globally. I think this year the number obviously is going to jump, but last year I think it was 86 that were killed. And if in 2023, in one conflict in just over a month, you have 37, that tells you that it's going to be problematic. And of course, in our immediate vicinity, Mexico is one of the worst places in the world, and Haiti,
yes.
Which is been spiraling out of control. So the situation for some of our colleagues, globally, is difficult. In the Philippines, we saw when he had the Duterte regime, the journalists being harassed and persecuted. In our own region, we have the situation in Ghana where our colleagues in the Ghana Press Association are also being bullied and harassed on social media, and even when they go to certain press events or events that the press are a responsibility and a duty and a right to be. They are being harassed by, political activists and so on. So we need to be vigilant. We need to make sure that the journalists profession on a whole continues to be respected, because it's very, very, very important to democracy and the well-ordering of any society. We do know that a lot of societies aren't democratic, and that the accountability mechanisms aren't there, like, for example, in our countries, and so on. But, even in some Western democracies, there are some issues with journalists, and that's why, for example, one of the reasons why many so-called Western democracies do not rate very high on the Press Freedom Index.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's true. There are a lot of issues. We were also talking about training, Milton. If the association, was putting on any training seminar for our Caribbean journalists, Mr. Harvey.
Yes, we have, and we've worked in conjunction with the MIC, the Media Institute of the Caribbean, and that's led by Karen Mirage, and we've partnered with them on a number of courses. The last one, I think, was in September. I don't remember the exact date. And these are also courses that are online,
Yes.
So journalists are the convenience or the ability to participate is enhanced. When I was a little younger than I am now, the PHA would have seminars, and they would be at, say, Wyndham Hotel, but you'd have to physically go there. And journalists are generally busy with work in the week, and the weekends is sometimes difficult to, because that's the time where you used to do your business and to catch up on stuff that you missed during the week. So these are stuff that are online and that you can participate in, and that's worked well. We've done stuff with access to information to enhance the investigative capabilities. I think in the recent times we've done stuff for sports journalists, we've done stuff for business journalists. That those are some areas that have never really gotten any sort of training. Yes. And a couple that we're looking at. I don't want to say much until we've settled on it, but there's a particular area that I'm trying to get an overseas organization if they could help us with some training. We're also, the PHA will be having, before the local government election, a seminar for the any journalists who would like to participate. Yeah, how do you cover election? There's a lot of our journalists who are young, and perhaps the only election they would have had experience with would have been the 2020 election, which was pretty much online, and there was the regular hustle and bustle of spot meetings, mass rallies, and all of those things because of the pandemic. And in covering those things, going out there and mingling with people, you will learn a lot about our election process. Outdoor agents, what are the responsibilities, indoor agents, canvassing, and all of those things, PDs, polling stations, presiding officers, returning officers, all of those things. And a lot of it's alien and foreign to many journalists. So we're putting on a seminar that will cover those issues to empower the journalists as we move into this election, which might be
right now in Jamaica, Milton, I see that there is media houses are under pressure. Their ability to employ journalists has been reduced due to lack of income. So the question of employment for journalists has been, I would say, impacted in a serious way.
Certainly, one of the challenges that the profession faces is media on a whole are challenged. We, for example, as you know, in our space, we have about 30-something, 32, 34 radio stations. They're all clamoring for the same advertising pie that existed, 5-10 years ago when there were less stations, 20 years ago. And what I've observed is that most aren't doing news. What they do is they lift stuff from JS and some of the more established media houses' websites, and that's what they do for news. That's not really helping the cause of journalism, I do understand.
That I think has weakened the credibility of journalism.
Right, because people think, you just go on the Radio Jamaica news website, the cleaner website, JS, and you just lift stories. We have, for example, heard newscasts being read with the verbatim words of a script that we wrote for a newscast an hour or two earlier. And we know it's our story because that story didn't come from a press conference or from an event. It came from a call or calls and interviews done by our reporters, so we know where it came from. But I do understand why, news is not cheap. It costs money to do, to run a newsroom. But, Desmond, one of the things I like to speak about is, it will be clear to you, 25 years ago, right, we had about 10 functioning, strong, relatively strong newsrooms, and we could list them. And how many do we have now? We have less than half of that number now.
Yes.
Yeah, we have less than half of that.
As a matter of fact, Milton, I can tell you it's something that I do. I listen to right now the two major radio news from my perspective is RJR and Nationwide.
Right.
And what I do, I try to listen both at 12 o'clock and 5 o'clock. And let me tell you something.
Right.
Yes, one of the things that I find is that most of the news stories on these two entities, they are from official sources. In other words, the news gathering is centered in the corporate area and Montego Bay. And I said to myself,
I would disagree because we do have a correspondent network that is active and that we get stories from all the time. And I know that the other competitor that you mentioned does not have that side. No, we do provide that. So that in our defense, I would be clear about that. But I would say to you that the size of the radio newsroom is a fraction of what it was 30 years ago. This is just being frank,
You are inside, and I am not really challenging.
And we are having to deal with the economic realities of being able to fund and run a Radio Jamaica, a newsroom in radio, versus dealing with everything else.
But as I am saying is that one thing I can say without fear of contradiction is that the quality of the news from RJR, what I know it is not where it was right now. I can tell you that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it is not just for RJR, it's the quality of the news throughout around the country. And I know, I don't ask any question, but I know it has to do with economic reasons, because as you pointed out a while ago, and I know that to really operate a news entity, it is probably one of the most expensive side in media houses. So when you have so many competitors for the same advertising dollar, And I can also understand why the government news dominate.
I also would like to mention, for example, that you have, for example, a situation where the rise of social media and digital online stuff, where you, how do I say it? You have to have a presence in social media and online, and you have to put resources to do that. But in most media houses I know are struggling to earn any money there. Yes. Certainly not to make any sense of the return on investment. It's just not there.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is a challenge, because no matter how many posts you put on Instagram and stuff, you're not likely to make any money there. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
But that's increasingly where a lot of people are going to, and there is an aversion in our market and among our people to pay for certain things, you know.
Yes.
That's a challenge,
yes,
you know.
I can see.
And then you have the situation of some piracy, where you're posting stuff on your social media pages and online, and you have a set of social media people who just lift them and just rebroadcast them.
Yeah, yes.
So they're getting your information, the fruits of your work, by just them having one person just literally reposting what you have. Yeah. And sometimes the repost does not give full prominence to your brand.
No, as you know, over time, I'm sure social media will get better. But as it stands right now, I don't have social media as a credible source of journalism. Not right now. It down the road it will. I expect it to get better. But what obtains now? Mm-hmm. No, from my whole school.
But unfortunately, a lot of people are listening to them. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I expect that, right? But at the same time, because you see, what happened in Milton, you and I, when we listen and read news, there are certain credentials that we use to when we are reading newspaper or listening to newscasts, you know, because we are journalists, right? And right away, as we listen to something or read something, we can say, no, this one is this is not journalism. This is out. The ordinary reader is not equipped to detect those faults, you know. So they are just going for what is breaking, and as you know, people like to hear and read things about other people, no matter how incredible they are. Yes. Mr.
Sure, and what the social media people do is, you know, for example, you're in the newsroom and you hear something has happened, yes?
Yes.
So the first thing for us is to verify it.
Yes,
yeah?
Of course.
And they don't do that. They just go to publish it.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's dangerous.
Yes.
It's dangerous, and it's causing problems, because information is being put out there unverified, and a lot of it is untrue. Some of it is without context, which with context would give a totally different meaning. You know, you have to. There are consequences for that.
Yes, of course. Yes, I think one of the things that you're going to start seeing, I think, is
Mr. Richard.
Yes, Mr. Punker. I was coming to you now because you told me that you were waiting.
Yes, and he just arrived.
Okay, all right. So I want to thank you very much. As a matter of fact,
I want to thank you too.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I want to thank both of you and Mr. Walker, for participating in this program. I want you both to know that we are coming back, because we want to keep well, Rebel Radio, this platform, want to keep an eye on what is happening to the media in our region. Right? Because we are one people, and what is happening in Jamaica is happening in other Caribbean islands. So I know that.
Well, the situation, I would say, is actually worse in many of the islands because we, for example, have an active press association functioning, and that conducts a lot of activities each year as a journalistic week. Most of our regional territories do not have a journalist association that's active. The one in the Bahamas is not active. I don't think there's any in Antigua and many of the other territories. Guyana has, Trinidad has Matt. I think
Barbados.
Andre's Barbados may have, and there's varying degrees of their level of activities also, you know. And part of it is the challenge, which are just identical to what we are facing here in Jamaica, you know.
Okay. All right. So, gentlemen, thanks very much. And as I said,
all right,
the platform is open. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for having me. Yes.
Okay.
A good day.
President of the Association of Caribbean Media Workers, Mr. Harvey Pranker, and Mr. Milton Walker, President of the Press Association of Jamaica. And as you heard, we were discussing media issues. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody sale at new budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is a sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form line, water tank, pumps, PCC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insect and roach. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Harvard Road. Telephone 933-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools Hardware Surprise. New arrivals are here with variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at ToolsDA.com. Tools, the Lion King of Hardware. I've looked high and I've looked low. There's no one to compare to you. Climbed to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Went down into the deepest valley, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to compare to your grace, your love, your mercy. Nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Yeah, I searched all over, couldn't find nobody. Looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Climbed to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Went down into the deepest valley, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to compare to your grace, your love, your mercy. Nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low. What a friend, yeah. A blessed Savior. What a friend we have in Jesus. All our sins and grief to bear. Oh, what a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer. And with trials and temptation, is there trouble everywhere? We should never be discouraged. Take it to the Lord in prayer.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. You know, it's Monday, time for our regular weekly program, Be Sure. And we have with us, online with us, the founder of the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program. Now, that's the program that we have been talking about for several weeks. That's a program that has been providing a number of Jamaicans with higher education in the States. Yes. Also, Mr. Lloyd Brim. You know, Mr. Lloyd Brim is our senior insurance salesman, but he's also a director of this program. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good Good afternoon.
Okay, all right. So we have Mr. Ramsey and Mr. Brim with us. Mr. Ramsey, we want to kick off the show this afternoon by you telling us what happened to the procedure. So after a student is awarded a scholarship, just take us through the process from there.
That's the high school scholarship, man?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Once again, thank you guys for having us, myself, and really appreciate you guys, your continued support as it relates to the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program. To answer your question, Desmond, is that for currently with our high school students, I think we have high school students at Queens, girls,
Yes.
Jamaica College High School, and Calabar High School. And we identify the high school students or students that are in college, go through the process with the guidance counselors to identify students who are doing well academically and students who are also in need financially. So after there's an interview process and a selection process, we then get the parents of those students to sign an offer letter, which we present to the parents. And then what we do, we support them by paying their tuitions, and then also we pay for the ones that are in fifth form, we pay for their CSEC examination. So we're in the process right now of actually paying the bill for one of our students that's currently on the high school scholarship. So overall, we just support them while they're in high school with the hope that then they graduate from fifth form, go to sixth form, and if they want to continue studies at the university level in the U.S., then we will continue to support them, support that dream.
Okay. So, yes, I understand that. You said the students from Queens and Calabar, those are the two institutions that are...
And Jamaica College.
And
Jamaica College also.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Yes.
once these students are selected and awarded there, that you continue to assist them and guide them right through and till they are ready to access higher learning overseas.
Exactly.
Yes, and so while they are in school locally, those who are selected, while they are attending their schools locally, what kind of assistance do you provide for these students?
So there's a support. I mean, Mr. Brim always preach about the mindset, right? So initially, when the students were selected, Mr. Brim and some of the other board members, took them out to dinner. Not only the students, but the guidance counselors at these high schools. So we then, want to have show the academic here. We're going to have certain meetings with them and provide certain tasks for them to accomplish while they're in high school, for them to get into the mind of having a philanthropic, type attitude, right? To give back to their communities, or start out by working with the high schools to develop programs for them that they can participate in the high schools, to give back to their high schools, and then also, on a broader basis, give back to the community, right? So we're in the process of developing those programs with the specific schools, and we'll continue to support the students as much as we can in whatever way. And if a student is in a situation where they need additional financial help for whatever reasons, we're definitely going to be there for that student. But to answer your question more specifically, we're developing programs, and this is our first year of offering these high school student scholarships, right? So we're in the process right now of developing the programs that we believe will contribute to their development, contribute to their philanthropic effort, contribute and do things that we think will assist them with getting into universities on certain scholarships, right? And that is the goal for us while they're in high school, to get them prepared. So when they get to upper six and they're applying for colleges, they have these philanthropic efforts that they can put on their resumes, which would be more attractive, make them more attractive to various schools.
Yes. I would imagine. No, Lloydie, what you wanted to say something?
Yes, I was wanted to ensure I'm seeing this thing the way the program envisages it. To get the people on scholarships from early in the high school years, and you have a certain number of years now to get up to upper six. Am I seeing it the right way to say this is to give us the opportunity as a program to encourage them into some of these non-academic activities that we are talking about, and to actually make themselves ready to look ahead and develop hope where there was none. Because a lot of us, we just encourage get high grades, which is definitely a plus. But the mindset aspect of it, the way to change them from thinking that my parents can't afford it and I can't do this and I can't do that. To help guide them amidst the exams that they need, to qualify in, to get accepted in the college. What's the name of that popular one? SAT?
Yeah, so there's the SAT and the ACTs, yeah.
Along the way, is the program going to help them to attend the SAT classes and to get a new mindset, step by step, day by day, class by class? Is that on the list of objectives of starting them so early?
Yeah, so Mr. Brim, I think we have talked, and you guys have done a great job over the past few weeks talking about the Ivy Leagues, right? And not only, but the Ivy Leagues colleges, it's not only about your grades, right? But it's other activities that you do while you're in high school. So our thought process and what we're trying to do for these students is to get them in a frame of mind where they get into activities that we believe will be fundamental to them being able to be more attractive to schools such as Ivy League schools, right? Pertaining to the objective SATs, we would definitely help in any possible way we can to prepare them as it relates to being able to get into college and have a favorable outcome. However, at this stage, what we're trying to do right now is just get the students to start thinking, positive. They're part of a family. The Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program, they're part of our family. So we support them, yourself and the board members, everybody support them as best as we can, get them into activities on campus, while they continue to go through the high school stages, of course, we will introduce additional stuff. We have one student who's in 5th form right now. He'll be taking his exams, CSEC exams. Now, next year, if he does well on his CSEC, and to be clear, any awards that we offer to these students is dependent on how they perform, right? We select them. They have to maintain a certain standard in high school. We have our college students look at their grades and then advise us as a board if we should continue supporting that student, because we want a student to understand that, they have to do their part, right? They have to put in the work, and then we'll support them as much as possible. If this student who's doing CSEC, well, when he gets into 6th form, if he would like us to help him pertain to the SATs, that's something that we'll definitely do. We do not offer SAT programs, so we'll definitely have to find a program and help pay, for him to take the SAT exams to get him more prepared to go into college. So yeah, I mean that's a good point, Mr. Brim. So we do everything to support the student.
Mr. Ramsey, I would imagine that where the program is now, that it has grown from where it started. So am I correct to say the program where it is now, that it is in a position where students are searching out for the program and actually trying to make their own connection. So whereas when it started, the program had to do a lot of recruiting. Now you are in a position where students are reaching out to the program. Am I right there?
Yes, you're correct. So for us, we're in our 5th year.
Yes.
It's our 5th year of sending off students to college, so we're very excited, very proud of that. So we always communicate with guidance counselors, of course. Guidance counselors reach out to us. I heard from one last week about the bill for the CSEC for the students. So we're always in communication with them. But to your point, we've been around for 5 years now, so we have students, parents who reach out to our program and time to time, and then we go to the process of one of the things I just want to make sure I stress with our program. We do interview our students, we interview them, we interview their parents, we interview the students. We want to make sure the students have the mindset and the work ethic as it relates to our program, to be able to pursue and continue on the journey, right, to get to the end. I always tell the parents and the students, and until they're in it, they don't understand. It's a lot of work, because we have our students apply to like 25 colleges. We have them apply to numerous scholarships. To do that, it takes a lot of writing, a lot of essay writing. A lot of students don't really appreciate doing so much writing, so we have to make sure the student matches up with the program from the standpoint that they have to drive the willingness to actually complete the work which is required. So to answer your question, yes, we have parents who have reached out to us. We will always invite more parents to reach out to us and more students, and as always on this program, folks can go to the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program website. It's respfoundation.com, and if you hit the contact tab, you will get my phone number and email address, and you can always reach out to me if they would like to.
Okay.
One more question for this man. Just asking Officer Ramsey, give us an outline of where along the way the parents get involved in the sense of saying what we are doing and what is each parent responsibility in this line, in this chain. What are your responsibilities and whether they are up to it? Where along the line this comes in?
From the initial meeting, whenever we have a student that reaches out to us, the first thing we require is a meeting with the parents and the student, right? So we meet with the parents, we'll go through our program, and we explain at that point to the parents that if they would like their child to be a part of the Ramsey Richardson Scholarship Program, that these are the requirements from a support standpoint. So from the start, Mr. Brim, when the students, a lot of times the students, they're in a state of shock when we lay out to them what the expectations on some of the work that they needs to do on the timeline that needs to accomplish the work by, right? So that in itself, we need the support of the parents from the start. We need the parents. We copy, when we communicate with our students, we copy the parents and each and every communication that we have with our students, so the parents are continuously in the loop as to what's going on with their child, right? Because we know this process can be a little bit tedious, and some of the students do not react, sometimes they're shocked, so they need our support as a program. They need, the parent support. You have been there, Mr. Brim, where you have offered support to students and take them out and of the program and work with them. Mrs. Carter also, she's currently, seeking to support the student that we have currently in the program. So we offer with, not only do we need the parents, we need the board members, need myself, need the students. It's just a team effort to get them to the finish line, right? So the parents are involved from the start, from the initial meeting with the student.
Right. Since my connection with the program, I know that once you are selected as a student, that this program, Mr. Ramsey and his fellow associates, so here you are selected, now you are now enrolled in a university in the States. And I know that once you get there, Mr. Ramsey and his associates, they take you through, physically take you through the campus, they provide guidance. I would just like you to, Mr. Ramsey, to just tell our listeners that tell them what we do for our students once they are selected and are in fact now enrolled in universities.
Great point, Desmond. I think two things is the selection process. They're selected, then before we even get to the enrollment, the 8 months, that we go through with the students, meeting certain timelines, deadlines, applying certain scholarship. They really and truly need the support, as I just said before, because we have to make sure they get to the other side of the finish line. So that is important. Then once they go through the visa process, and and the visa process is not that easy. They select which school they want to go to, and once they select which university with the help of their parents, we leave that to the families to make the final decision. We make recommendations based on their top 4 colleges, right? And then it's between the students and the parents to make the final decision as to where their child will go to college. Then from there, as the family, the relationship still continues, because we work with the university to get the forms that's needed for the student, for them to be able to go to the embassy. After they go to, we provide documentations for them to assist with them going to the embassy. And after they receive their student visas and they matriculate to whichever university they want to go to in the U.S., we we will go ahead and we would go and visit the students. We'll make sure we meet the students. We make sure we spend time with them the best we can. And then we'll also make sure one of the staple of our program is that we love to take our students shopping, when they just started college. So we'll take them, our favorite place to go is Walmart in whichever state they're in, so as they can shop their heart desire. No, there's a limit. There's a limitation, guys. It's not limitless. So they get certain things that they need, and we're there. And we do it mostly to get to spend time with that student, right? Mm-hmm. And help them in whatever way we can. And to your point, we have a college visit part of our program that if parents, when the student is going through the application process, if they have 2 or 3 schools that they want to go and visit before they make their final decisions, like in March, because they normally make their decision like in June or so, we'll go with them to those specific colleges for them to be able to visit the colleges if they need to.
Okay, all right. So here you have it, students and prospective students, that you are guided from day one. You are provided with guidance at school here, and when you are ready to enroll, the guidance continues right up to enrollment. So you and your parents can go on a tour to look at the facilities, look at campus, educate yourself so that you are satisfied that, oh yes, I want to attend this college. Yes. Yes.
Desmond.
Yes.
Just to look at it from an angle that would say changes are required among the students who are put on this course, and also by the parents, especially the ones who never thought it possible for their children to attend certain schools. Now, who find hardest to convince? Who comes on board last in the belief aspect of this? The students or the parents? Because if both of them not on, going to be in trouble.
I think, yeah, I think, Mr. Burma, the impressionable minds of kids, right, and the dreams that they have sometimes can be impacted by we adults. So I think, to answer your question, a lot of times the parents might not have the belief, right, as much as the students do, right? So and I think a lot of times parents are concerned pertaining to finances and stuff. So we spoke over the past couple of weeks about the Ivy League schools and the ability to be able to the ability for students, if they are accepted in the Ivy League, but the financial aspect of it will be taken care of, if their parents are not wealthy, per se. The school will do whatever they can to make sure that student is there. So it's just a matter of pulling the parents along and helping the parents. And a lot of parents just need the guidance, right? Either if they're financially capable, or if they're not, they just need the guidance at times to help them, to know what is needed. Sometimes they just need a helping hand. They need somebody there that they can believe in, is looking out for them and looking out for their child, right? I think that goes a far way with regards to the process. So no, I think the parents have more of a struggle at times. And then in addition to that, we're talking about supporting students in Jamaica. When the students go through the program, we do support them. But, I sent off a birthday card to a student last week. I think I sent you a text, Mr. Brim, with a picture of that card. Just wishing the student happy birthday. And and sending him some money to go and buy lunch, right? So we try to do whatever we can to make sure we stay engaged with our students or in college also, and the students who are in Jamaica. And it's just a matter of continuing to support them in all the areas, pertaining to their grades, pertaining to them being able to have the support on their birthday. A simpler thank you card, a birthday card goes a far way, right? Thanksgiving activities, bringing them into Memphis for Thanksgiving, embedding them into families for Thanksgiving. All of those things we do for the students, and we definitely do everything we can to build a relationship with them and continue to support them as best as we can.
Mr. Ramsey, tell me, your fellow director, Lloydie, is in the insurance business. Now, would you consider it? We are just weeks away from Christmas, and as you know, this is the season where it is known for presentation of gifts. Now, would you recommend that one of the things that we could look at, say for students who are in the program, those who are planning to get into the program, would it be appropriate to say to our listeners and relatives and friends that, okay, you have a student who is in this program or planning to get involved, you are going to give he or she a birthday card by taking out a life insurance policy, whether it be health. Mr. Brain is more qualified to speak about on these matters, but would you consider it appropriate that this is one of the gifts that could be given to students and in our program?
One second, Mr. Randy, 1 second. Just to make it absolutely clear that where long-term financing is concerned, to mature and I give you date and so, it can be so arranged, if we accept it, that like relatives, we're talking about a lot of people on this family tree. Relatives could look at giving this gift or to contribute to in some way towards the financing of the individual child, taking them in their inner circle for a couple of days or weeks, or let them feel appreciated and that somebody's concerned about them. That's the line for asking the question, Alan.
No, I think to answer your question, first of all, I think it is always important to have any type of security when it comes to insurance, right? I've seen, I'm not in the insurance business, but I can tell you what I've seen. I've seen students who have been, they're in college and they run into issues, either medical, so on and so forth, and without insurance, it would have been a very difficult situation for that student, right? So I always believe in insurance as an option. And to your point, if people are looking at this, and Mr. Baby, you can best tell, but a program such as ours at times, there are costs that might be costs associated, that might be the costs that's associated, from not only from the standpoint of maybe a program going through a program, but the visa process, the SAT process, there are costs that's associated, the transition from Jamaica to the U.S. to a specific location. A lot of times, if there are insurance policies that can help to cover scenarios and situations like that, I would strongly think that would be a great thing for parents to look into and to get as soon as they can to be able to help their child to make that transition when they actually head off to college or while they're going through the process of preparing to go off to college. That's my opinion.
So, Lydie, you could just take up from there and tell us what is available and how it can be accessed.
Well, the first thing, I think Mr. Ramsey said it, when people get into health situations that require payment, full payment, if they have a health insurance, the health insurance can provide for you here in Jamaica, or the same can provide for you overseas.
Okay.
If you have one of those, and one student was hospitalized a couple of weeks ago, that could help to offset those costs. If you have the other insurance that is an investment type insurance, then it will grow in available funds as time goes by, and anywhere along the line, the person needs a sum of money that is available in the investment section of the policy, then access is right at your door. You can always get the money off the policy, cover the expense that you want, and keep going. So relatives mainly who are settled in the US and understand the system, we can provide this for the relative that is coming into college, into a new atmosphere, into a new way of life.
Okay, so that's
possible.
That is for health insurance, right?
Whether health or investment type.
So, hold on. Let me just try and grasp that. So, for students involved in the program, relatives or friends or whoever want to assist can access a policy, whether it be an investment type policy, a life or a health policy, and as their contribution towards the education of that student. You said those policies are available. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. Or in any other way they can help.
Yes.
Any other way they can help. Without one-off help or a help over a period of time, because in a new country, in a new place, like winter, for example, is strange to us. If we get there around about winter time, already experiencing the first, when we're experiencing the first winter there, these are areas that people can really need some help, especially as a student not having any income.
Yes, I can understand that, sir. Yes.
So reaching out to relatives and others who are concerned, and that way they can get acclimatized really quickly, especially with the people they know from childhood, brothers, sisters, aunties, uncles. That whole group of people can be a real treat to the program and the people who are on the program.
Yes. Mr. Ramsey, based on your experience, what are some of the advice and lessons that you would like to offer to parents and prospective students?
So, the first thing I just want to make sure I stress is that please, parents and students, just always remember that you do have the ability, You have the capability. Don't listen to other people. There are universities in the U.S. that can, suit different students with different needs, right? Either academically, financially, so on and so forth. So don't be discouraged, not because of your grades, your finances. If you want to pursue opportunities as it relates to higher education in the United States, do not get dissuaded, do not get discouraged. Pursue it. And then also I would say for the students who are stronger students academically, I would also encourage them to participate in other activities in high school, and make sure you apply to Ivy League colleges while you're going through your application process. Don't ever eliminate that from your thought process. And I would say overall, pertaining to the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program and working with students, I just encourage students that, you just have to be prepared to put the time in, to put the effort in, to be able to achieve whatever goal you want to achieve. It's not going to come easy. Reach out to us anytime if you need any help. And as Mr. Brim was saying, pertaining to any type of parents, any type of investment you can start early as it relates to getting prepared to help your child to get prepared to go off to college. Please reach out and try and see if you can make those links and start the process early. Mr. Brim, I'm sure I've said the options for you guys that you can look into from an insurance standpoint. And most importantly, do it. Do not just not do it if you want and your child wants to make that step to go to the U.S. to study. Initiate the process and get it going as soon as you can.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing on that?
Before you come in there, Lydie, let me just get clarification. Mr. Ramsey, when you said the students getting involved in other activities, these are extra. These are activities outside of academic activities.
Yes, exactly. Yes, so in the schools and in the community.
Yes. So, for example, I can imagine that you're a student who is an athlete, right? You would say that students who are involved in those kind of activities, whether they be athletic or otherwise, they should continue with them, try to build on them.
Yes, exactly. It does have to be athletics is fine. A student of strong grades. It can be starting a club. It can be joining organization that gives back to the community. Either different needs within the community. If it could be just a cleanup club that does cleanup of the community, cleanup of the campus, anything to do with animals, anything that a specific student like and have the desire to do, and it's in the form of giving back and helping out. I strongly encourage students to make sure they participate in those.
Yes, Lydie.
Then I ask you to think about this, sir. Alright. The first thing I want to suggest to you, in Jamaica, people generally not fully financially savvy. So once a child gets going with a high school scholarship, the very earliest scholarship you can get, the parents should immediately find what we in Jamaica call a partner. That's putting aside a small amount every week. After, whether it's for 3 months, 4 months, whatever, when you get your draw, as you call it, put it away in preparation for your part in this program. Put it away and do it consistently. Don't wait until the student is ready to go and get a visa, or the student reaches the point where some expense for what we're doing is your turn to pay a part of it, to contribute in that way. This is something that Jamaicans understand, and this is something that I am proposing right now for all the parents of a financial level. They should start something, maybe at the credit union or at the building society or some secure place where nobody can run away with your money. Yes, sir. We could start that. And again, next thing, can you help in proposing that this statement be accepted and internalized by every single student and every single parent? It says, opportunity does not make appointments. Opportunity does not make appointment. If you are not ready, when the opportunity comes, it will move on to somebody else who is ready. I don't know how we can build that in part of the attitude and the philosophy and the practice.
Why not make it, let me tell you how you can do it. Make it the motto of the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program.
Well, yes, we could have it in some, it has one already, but...
No, that is great, and that's what we go by with our students when we're working with our students in Jamaica, especially the ones in Jamaica pertaining to getting scholarships. And we tell them all the time, you can't wait until you get to that deadline. You can't wait. You can't not apply. You can't not take advantage of an opportunity. A lot of students sometimes tell themselves that they're not capable, they won't be able to get certain things. But I try to get them, and part of our program is to get them prepared, right?
Yes.
So Brim says when those opportunities come around, like for example, a student might just get a phone call that they need to do an interview. They need to do an interview tomorrow, right? And we have to make sure they're prepared. We have to make sure they're ready, for those opportunities when they come along. Our students in college, speak to them all the time about making sure you have your resumes ready, making sure your grades are good. So that's when people are looking for students, right, to do co-ops or to work during the summer and stuff that they can make money to support themselves and their families. They need to be prepared because, to your point, Mr. Brim, once the opportunity is there, if you're not ready, it is moving on to someone else, right?
Not going to wait on you,
not going to wait at all.
As soon as right outside the door, all you have to do is open the door.
Yes.
And it's standing there waiting for you. If it's standing there too long and you're not prepared to move to the next door.
Yes.
And it can't move until somebody who is prepared to open the door and embrace the opportunity. Ready and willing.
Mr. Ramsey, from the top of your head, you can just remind us how many the students who are now in the program, how many universities they are attending at the moment? Is about 6 different universities?
So we have students at Mississippi State.
Yes.
In Mississippi State, we have students at Stetson University in Florida. We have students at Barry University in Florida. We have students at the University of South Florida. We have students that apply to numerous colleges, and we have one of our board members at Yale. So we were associated with a lot of schools also that we have agreements with, that we have reduced tuition, and we're just trying to find the students on campus, the students who will be dedicated enough to work through the process to be able to get to some of these schools. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. And as I said before, if somebody wants to reach out to the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program, please just go on our website, respfoundation.com, and reach out to us, and we'll work with students as best as we can.
Yes, and just in addition to that, we want our listeners and viewers to know that any university that you want to attend, we are ready to assist you. The RESP program is ready to assist you to get enrolled there. Just
definitely.
Yes. Right.
Can I ask you, Mr. Ramsey, you have not come out and said it directly, and it's your choice if you want to do that, but I am saying, for this program that we are operating, and on many occasions, people lose hope, they don't feel they can ever make it. Can we put a lot more emphasis on getting people interested in applying to the Ivy League universities? Because if somebody close themselves in the belief that they can get to these universities, for those who fall short, it seems they would be overqualified for many other universities. Can we develop the mindset, the habit, the actions as though we have a track that we're putting people on, aiming for these really top-class universities? How can we encourage that and kind of build that as a stream in the program? Because I notice you keep talking about Ivy League universities, as though it's an impossibility for some people. If they're thinking that way, can we help them to change the thinking and aim in large numbers at the Ivy League universities? Aim for the advertisement, aim for the moon. You don't quite reach there, but where you reach can still get you into good university. That's the point I'm making.
Before you answer that question, Mr. Ramsey, I have a difference. I don't share those views, my Mr. Brim views. But one of the things that I happen to know is that Jamaicans are number one in many fields. Jamaicans like to be on top. And I believe that in our schools, there are many students in our schools in Jamaica who want to attend Harvard, Oxford, and all the top universities in the States and globally. I am of that view. Over to you, Mr. Ramsey.
So what I would say is I think both of you have correct viewpoints. I think Jamaica has brilliant students who want to attend the top universities worldwide. And there are also students in Jamaica who are brilliant who do not believe they can attend those schools. So I think both of you have, your viewpoints are different, but they're both correct in my opinion. And to answer the question directly, one of our board members, Mrs. Camille Carter, stresses all the time that when we talk, we need to ensure that Jamaican kids know that they do have the capability. There's a lot of kids in Jamaica who have the ability, the capabilities to be able to attend, the Ivy Leagues, the Yales, the Harvard, the Cornells, Stanford, UNIT. They can attend those schools if they have the belief and the mindset to apply to those schools. What we do as a program, when we meet a student and we speak to a student and their parents, we ask them, What are your grades? What do you want to do, right? Where do you want to go to school? If we believe that the student, based on their grades, right, we believe they have a great opportunity of attending an Ivy League institution, that's the first thing we prioritize. And the reason why I think Mr. Brim is stressing on it so much is because we have talked over the past few weeks that if a student gets into one of these schools, and they get into these schools, it doesn't matter what their parents make, they will be able to attend that university. And I think that's the point that has to be stressed. I think a lot of times students and parents bypass the Ivy Leagues because they say they can't afford it and so on and so forth. And we need to stress the students, we need to stress the parents. Let your child apply if they have the grades and if they have the activities that they have participated in during their high school years. Let them apply, because if they get it, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you make 5 cents a month, if you make $1,000 for the week. You know, that's your salary. If your child has the ability to get into one of these institutions, the institution will make sure they attend. They will pay for them to attend the schools. Now, if your parents are extremely wealthy, there's a possibility your parents will have to pay. But if you're at the point that I think we're trying to make is, we as a program will work with the students to make sure. One of the advantages we have, as I've mentioned before, one of our board members is in Ivy League school, so he knows the process. He knows what to look out for. He knows when students are going through our program, their essays, it's vetted by people at Ivy League schools that vet them, provide feedback. We know the financial process. We know what it takes to make sure a student go down the right pathway. We're not going to guarantee that then a student is going to get into any institution, but we will do everything we can to work with students to make sure they get in there. And the most important mindset is students need to believe, parents need to believe. If your child has the grades and they have the ability, they can attend this institution, and we're here to work with them if that's what the parents would like.
Okay.
And I encourage everybody who has a child that has the grades and the capability, please reach out to us, or you do it yourself. Let them apply to any one of those Ivy Leagues, and hopefully they can get in.
Yes, gentlemen, one minute each for your final word for today's program. Mr. Brim, you want to kick it off?
Yes, we'll go first and then we'll see Mr. Ramsey. I learned recently that for some of the programs similar to this, the students have to pay for certain services, like to get their essays reviewed and assessed. So they have to pay separately for that. They have to pay separately for each aspect of the program. I also learned that in this program, the person who specializes in essays and assessing them and correcting them and passing them back does not charge for this. Is one of our board members who does that.
Okay.
So that's a plus on my list for the program.
Yes. Mr. Ramsey?
Well, yeah, Mr. Brim, thank you very much. So once again, guys, I have to say thanks to you for all the work you're doing. Thanks to all of our board members, and thanks to our students. To answer your point, Mr. Brim, yes, we have for our program, we try to go need-based, and also, you know, if somebody can afford, we have a one charge for a program pertaining to, and I encourage parents to reach out to us, that we do not have separate charges. To your point, I know there's a lot of program with a lot of different separate charges for everything you do. No, we don't charge review, we don't charge to help our students for them to apply to scholarship, to take them to go take them shopping, help them with their classes, register and all that stuff. No, we don't charge additional for those type of stuff. So no, thank you for bringing bringing that up, Mr. Brim. And please, we're here, the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program. Just go to raspfoundation.com and contact us if you do need. And thank you guys so much once again for everything you do for us. Really appreciate it.
Yes, and I want to thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Thank you, Lydie, for being with us on our Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program. And you know this is a weekly event. So until next week, stay tuned to Rebel Radio. And remember, try and get involved with this program so that you can make yourself into a better person. Yes, this is Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break. This has been Be Sure.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insects and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Huntingburg Road. Telephone 93-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools Hardware Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
Windows, doors, and much more.
so what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com. Tools. The Lion King of all.
Since when we to pay. What a privilege to carry. Everything to God and what peace we often forfeit. What needless pain we pay. Because we do not carry everything to God in prayer. And we trials and temptation. Is there trouble everywhere? We should never be discouraged. Take it to the Lord and cry. Yeah, a wonderful friend. A friend in need. Yeah. Jesus, a blessed Savior. Oh, yeah. Take it to the Lord in prayer. I remember Mama and the love that she gave me. You didn't have a bedside, but still you Mama said people are better than you, George. Don't you let them down. I remember Mama. We went to school with those good shoes. We didn't have much, but the lost us through. I'm thinking family together. I remember Mama.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and it's time for Workers' Time. Yes, and boy, so many things on the agenda at the workplace. We have with us Dr. Vanessa Kiffin. He's president of the Public Dental Association. And we also have the vice president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, Mr. Clifton Grant. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yes? Okay. Dr. Kiffin, I understand there was supposed to be, is it today or tomorrow, a meeting with the Ministry of Finance and the surgeons. Is it today?
Yes, we had the meeting today at the Ministry of Finance. Members of the Ministry of Health were also present at the meeting.
Oh, that's very good. So
yes.
The outcome was, I anticipate that the outcome was pleasant and good for all parties.
I'm cautiously optimistic. We were not given any specified indication as to their position, but they did say that they would have a revised proposal for us by December 4. No, we were not happy about that. The minister is requesting, the state minister, Vivian Main, presided over the meeting. We rebutted to say that our counter proposal that we've been arguing for was presented or sent to the ministry on March 24, 2023. That's 8 months ago. Almost 8 months ago. Yes. So as far as we are concerned, more than enough time has been given for the ministries to adequately assess the counter proposal. And so asking us for more time is totally dissatisfactory. Nonetheless, the minister was resolute in stating that, they will have a revised proposal for us at that time, and basically beseech to us to afford him enough time to get that sorted out, because they will have to collaborate with various other sectors as well, within the Ministry of Finance and also with the Ministry of Health. So, in a sense, we had no choice. We had no choice but to accept that position. So we are cautiously optimistic to see what will be presented to us.
Yes. So in the meantime, is it the surgeons will resume work? Or
at this time, yes, because we have no quarrel with the patient. We're only trying to get a meeting done. We had written to them October 9, 2023 to they had sent us a communication stating that they could not support the position we had taken with our counter proposal, and we had responded to them October 9, 2023. Stating that for these reasons, including retention and attraction, discrepancy in compensation related into looking into the regional, global, and even national salaries that are paid to dental surgeons, and by national I mean in comparison with the private sector. Looking at the fact that surgeons are paid less than the auxiliaries that they have to supervise and who they're vicariously responsible for. We said that proposal is not something that we can accept, so let us meet, right, and further the discussion. But they simply have not responded to us until Friday last week.
Yes.
So we have resumed work at this time.
Well, that's good news. But the other issues.
I did say though that. Go ahead, sir.
No, the other issues affecting the association. So, for example, the question of manpower and equipment. Today's meeting didn't look at those.
Unfortunately, no, because this meeting was primarily regarding the compensation restructuring, and so we really want to get past this stage so that we can start to see where the strategic plan is for the oral health services to address those matters, which is primarily a Ministry of Health matter. So we want to deal with this and then focus all of our energies on that. But we did make some compelling points, a lot of which we've said to the media already, in that the dentist to patient ratio is 1 in 34,000 people, that there's an oral health crisis currently ongoing where 45% of children have untreated oral disease, so we did mention those points, but we weren't able to delve into them at this time.
Okay.
Delve into the resolutions.
Yes. Well, let us see how that turns out. Mr. Grant, this is the surgeons have their own association, but I would imagine that this is one of the issues on the joint trade union confederation agenda.
Well, the whole question of and Doc, I just want to congratulate you and your colleagues for standing up for rights, because you're correct to say that if you are treated badly, then you're not going to be able to deliver the service, and the customers need the service as they need it. So as a trade union, I fully support your action, and I just want to encourage you to remain focused on your goal. And if you need any support, please feel free to call on the rest of us to assist in whatever way you think we can.
I greatly appreciate that. Sentiment. Thank you so much, Mr. Grant.
Yes.
So, in terms of Desmond, in terms of from the Confederation perspective, there's a number of issues still on the table, and we wrote to the new executive of the Confed. Wrote to the ministry requesting a meeting to deal with those issues. Number of issues relating to the whole question of the freezing of increment, where the government now concede that their action was not in keeping with good industrial relation practice, and have conceded that 2 of these 3 increments, and we are saying that all 3 you can't breach contract and want to get us to concede to you in that breach. We're not going to accommodate you breaching the workers' contract, and then we must compromise with you. So we're hoping to get back around the table to continue those discussions. Whole discussion around the whole overtime policy. Those are issues that that are still on the confed plate to be dealt with. As you know, we elect a new executive with St. Patrice Ennis is now the new president, and he has with him 6 vice presidents, including Lambert Granville, and representative from Miss Griffiths from the Civil Service, and the president of the Jamaica Teachers Association also there, the vice president of JALGO also on it, and the vice president of the BITU, also a member of the vice president's team.
Right.
We also elected at our first executive meeting last week the new general secretary, which is Dr. Mark Nicely from the Jamaica Teachers Association.
Okay.
Myself and Brother Kirk Fletcher elected as assistant general secretary. So the team, we are putting ourselves together to continue the fight to ensure that this compensation review really, at the end of it, resolves some of the long-standing issue affecting workers in terms of how they are compensated. We are not in agreement with the government on some of the approach they are adopted. As you know, almost a showdown over the workers now motor vehicle, the concession. So that issue is still on the table and subject for discussion, but we are not going to.
The government want to remove that, Clifton? The government want to remove.
They want to remove the concession, and yes, and they are already rolling into the workers' pay workers have motor vehicle upkeep.
Let me just understand something. Is that they want to remove it totally because that would mean removing it from themselves.
Yes.
Am I right with that?
That's exactly. Okay. They want to give up their responsibility to provide adequate transportation for workers to discharge their duties, and if they're going to take the concession, then they must provide vehicle to each and every traveling officer, and I don't think they have the capacity in any budget to do one. The whole question of concession and motor vehicle came into force as a result of the government inability to provide the transportation for workers to discharge their duties.
Yes, of course.
And so now it's to push back the burden on the workers to carry out something that the government should be
Yeah, that is a benefit that we benefit from as well, and one that we were staunchly opposed to in terms of getting rid of the duty concession for sure.
Okay, all right. So Clifton.
The discussion continued as well. Yes. In terms of there's a proposed meeting, as I told you the last time we spoke. The correctional officers,
yes,
their negotiations still in force, and the ministry proposed a meeting for this week. They have not yet confirmed it, but it's a follow-up meeting to what we had 2 weeks ago to try and see if we can sign off on the correctional services compensation package. What happened earlier this year that we signed an interim arrangement. We're going to get some temporary in order to facilitate continuation of the discussion, and we intend to continue that and to ensure that we get the best deal. The correctional services are part of the whole security grouping,
yes,
which include the police and the firefighters and the correctional service. They fall in the same grouping, but the government want to treat the firefighters and the police different from the correctional officers, and we say no. Their responsibility to this country are not to be devalued. When the police hold anybody and they pass through the court system, the correctional officers are the one who are responsible to keep those persons until they serve their time. And it's not just that the police are deliver them, the correctional officers have to work out how much, when the judge said 10 years, the correctional officers have to work out when that 10 years starts and when it ends. The police don't do that. And one thing that the correctional said do that the police don't do. So don't treat them less. They are part of the world security system, and therefore they should not be treated less than the other two groups that fall within it.
Yes. And Mr. Grant, I don't know if this is, well, let me just say it. The chairman of the Police Federation is still on suspension, and the union movement will be fully aware of why he was suspended. Is that a matter that the Confed, has on its agenda?
Well, we have not discussed it as a Confed board, but it's something that we from day one we said that it was not proper approach to deal with an employee. When somebody in leadership and stand up for their members, then nobody should be upset because he's acting in the capacity as an official of the union that he represents.
Yes.
And if he speak out in terms of condition affecting, then the official shouldn't be upset about it because he's discharging his duties.
Yes, sir.
And therefore the action against the leader of the Police Federation was just not in keeping with good governance. And we have to separate when it comes to the union officials. We have to separate the role as an employee versus the role as a union official. As a union official, you enjoy certain autonomy, and when you're acting in that zone, then nobody should be want to come over and punish you for that. When you're discharging your duties as an employee, that's a line that the officials have to judge you whether or not you're discharging your responsibility, but not if the members who decide whether or not you're discharging your responsibility. I think the line has been blurred in terms of the officials who took that decision against the leader of the Police Federation.
Yes, and a matter that came to my attention, I think last week, has to do with those workers those civilian workers who work with the police and the military. And you know that these are workers who are on contract. Recently, the Minister of National Security indicated that I think he was moving thousands of those workers from off contract. But there's one particular case that arises with some civilian workers who are working with the military, that they were recently, I think, they were moved, but the correspondence to make the changes was delayed, and as a result of that, now I understand that they were supposed to be paid last week. They were not paid, and they won't be getting any salary until December. That is what I learned last week, and that lead me to ask that this situation with contract workers in the government service, I think that is something that the Confed will have to put some attention, to that matter.
In fact, the whole question of the effort now by the government to regularize the employment of persons under the Ministry of Justice, under the Ministry of Labor. I think the teaching sector also is a result of the discussion that took place with the government and the Confederation of Trade Unions, not starting many years ago. Yeah. And this issue is an issue on the question of the Labor Advisory Council. This issue is on the agenda in terms of the treatment of contract labor, because it is not only affecting the government sector, but the private sector copy what the government do. Mm-hmm. And when you look on the question of the security guards, the government is the biggest employer of security guards, and they allow the owners of the security companies to be treating the workers less than how they should be treated.
Yes.
The law already defined who's a worker a long time.
Yes.
And for this to be continued without any strong action from the powers that be in terms of ensuring that the law is enforced is really unfortunate.
Yes. I also, on the question of security guards, I was told last week that one security guard who was shot during one of those hold-up, thinking Portmore, that the company has stopped paying him. So he is now at home. He's still sick. Another security officer who was injured has been removed from the company's pay bill. So both they are now at home and. Yes.
I would encourage workers, security officers, or any worker who are affected in this way. They should bring the matter to the Ministry of Labour attention.
Yes.
The Ministry of Labour to address the security guard get shot on the job, is injured on the job.
Yes.
And it should be treated, and it should be so treated in keeping with the expectation in terms of ensuring that you will do everything to protect and allow the worker to get all the treatment possible to restore him to good health. So if you stop to pay the workers, you're contributing. You're not better than the person who created the injury and the worker. The physical injury was done.
Yeah.
And it have a psychological impact. But when you add to that, it is just destroying the person.
Yes, sir. Yes. And the unionization or the securing enough workers' rights in the hotel industry, sir. That is a very big issue because these workers, I understand, they are underpaid, you know.
Very much underpaid.
That is what the information that has come to my attention, and they are
all the glory being expounded about the industry. The workers can't sing the same tune.
No.
And if you listen to the new president of the Confed, that is one of the things that we have on the agenda as our focus point to ensure that we deal with this whole question of contract labor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. So this I would say that a lot of expectation, a lot is expected from this new administration, and I am sure that you as a member is aware of the expectations and are working to fulfill.
Well, definitely, I am a part of the current executive, and I supported the new president. I support him not because he's young, but because I think he has the capacity to lead the country at this time, where the workers in this country is facing so much challenges, and we need strong leadership to ensure that the workers' agenda is on the table of the decision makers and the policy makers. Yeah. Over the years, I think the workers' agenda have been sidelined, and we need a strong confed in order to make sure that this country can't move forward without the workers. If the workers' rights are not protected, then who are we protecting? And as a country, we need to define, make sure we discover our role, and we shall leave no worker behind. That's his slogan.
Yes. And I also understand that the Confed has indicated, I understand that the Confed has plans, or as part of its role, to make its voice heard on national issues. Like, for example, I always say that I put it.
Go ahead.
No, I said I put it this way, that when I look at the Caribbean, and anybody who can go and research it for themselves, that the union movement in the Caribbean was before, it preceded the political movement. The birth of the political movement came out of the union movement in the Caribbean. You can go and research that. And when you look,
you're totally right. That if you look on if you look in terms of the different parliaments in the region, starting in the 60s, 70s, you will see the union leaders at the end of it, and a number of union leaders become prime minister of this country. But I think over past 2 decades or so, the unions are being pushed in the sideline, and probably we allow it. Because if you look in the current parliament, there is no union. Probably the first time there's no union representative in the cabinet of the country.
Yes.
We have two senators, but they only know when the cabinet take decision. But we need to examine how we put ourselves in a position to make sure that we are at the table at all times. And I think that we need to start to do. We need to, as a confed, one thing that we discussed last week is to get on the agenda of the government in terms of what the issues that are affecting the workers. Just like what the private sector do, we have to do it. I think we have slipped badly in terms of keeping the workers' issues on the agenda.
yes, and as you said, you are part of your remit, part of your new stride going forward is to ensure that is done. And
Definitely.
yes, you know something, sir. There are. I would also like to put on the agenda the fact that something must be done to resuscitate the headquarters in our pastures. That is a.
And you look like you were sitting in our first. You look like you were sitting in our. I need to go and check the office to see whether or not you have some connection with the early discussion we had on our first board meeting last week.
No,
we are looking at everything in terms of the head office that we need to rebuild it, we need to restructure the operation there, and we are going to put plans in place to make sure that when you come to the office you feel like you come to the workers' parliament.
Yes. Okay, that term, because that building I recall, sir, it was designed as the workers' parliament, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
And we have to bring it back to hold that stand in terms of the whole mix of the whole economic environment and our encounter, that we must have an head office that represents the workers.
Yes, of course, definitely. So, Dr. Kiffin, is there any new thing that you want to, item that you want to put on the agenda, Dr. Kiffin?
Well, I've been really enjoying the discussion with you and Mr. Grant. I'm really excited about what the Confederation has on its agenda. I like the point, especially that there's no union representative in Parliament for the first time, and I think that represents a significant threat to the welfare of workers in Jamaica, and in fact the Jamaican people, because we have to always be in touch with what is happening on the ground when certain decisions are being made and passed in Parliament. So I really love that. I'd want to see, I'm so excited, you see, listening to everything. I want to know how perhaps our organization, our association, Mr. Grant, can contribute or collaborate somehow in a more fulsome way with the Confederation. But in terms of your question, I at this time, everything remains the same. We're waiting now to hear the response in December 4. I said to the state minister that, boy, the fact of the matter is it's almost 8 months since we've been waiting to hear some kind of sensible response. My members are beyond frustrated at this point, and I was quite worried, is what I shared with him, that normalcy is something that I wouldn't be able to guarantee. But we're meeting with everyone tomorrow to hear their perspective, hoping that they'll understand what's happening here, because what that means is that even though we started our conversation, our claims, January 2022, we're almost the last be dealt with, and that means that if we get a response December 4, no payout will be made to us for this year. I'm really not sure how the members are going to feel about that, given the extensive delay in dealing with our matters.
Yes, I can. Can really imagine that they'll be upset about that. Yes, Mr. Grant.
And that you said that you want to us to discuss issues, and there's a share my number with Doc and put her on to the president so that they can sit down to discuss what are the possibilities.
Yes, I will do. I will definitely do that. The other thing of major importance that I think the trade unions will have to focus on, sir, is the whole question of constitutional reform.
Wow, that is a good one. Yeah. Yes.
So I don't know if the union has made a presentation to the Constitutional Reform Committee. I don't know that. Last week I had the
we are at the point. We had a meeting with the minister responsible, but we have not with some of our representatives. So we had that discussion, but we have not put a formal our position formally in writing to them. But we had that discussion. She came to our office along with some of the members of the committee, and we expressed our concern and our involvement. We put some proposal in terms of how we interact with the workers, in terms of getting the workers' input into the whole process of the constitutional reform, because we can have a constitutional reform in the boardroom and nobody know about it. But we need to have that discussion amongst the workers, and we put that to the minister.
I think a lot of times certain decisions are being made and people find out about them way too late, So, yes, I like that one as well.
But I take your point that we need to get the next sitting with the minister, for the minister to bring us up to date as to where the committee is now in terms of its deliberations.
Well, I can tell you that the committee is in the process of putting together a bill that is going to be that is going to be for Parliament, right? And so therefore, and that is something that they are planning to do. It would have probably by the end of this year. So I would urge that the union movement, to get itself in readiness to present its position. Yes. Yeah. Yes, because as you know, this is a very important document, and the union position should not be left out. at all. The workers of this country must have a say in what they would like to see in the Constitution. Definitely.
And I totally agree with you, and we will do everything to ensure that we appear before any forum that presents itself to make sure that the workers' views are heard.
Okay. Well, at this time, I want to give, each of you, can, what's the last word? If you have any new issues you want to put on the table, this is the time for it as we prepare to, close down the program.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for always following up with our organization of public sector dental surgeons, despite the fact that the lower in terms of compensation is much higher in private sector, those in public sector. I just want to highlight how committed we are to delivering the best service possible in the settings we're in, to ensure that those who cannot afford it can still get necessary treatment done. And I just want to say we're grateful for your support in allowing us to air our concerns to your listeners, and that is something that is remarkable. So thank you for always following up with us.
Okay. Mr. Grant?
From my perspective, I want to join with Dr. really express our appreciation for you having this forum where the workers' issues are heard from the persons in the field who interacting with the workers who are called on from time to time to make tremendous sacrifice. And what I think that I'm looking forward to that in terms of the leaders of the country, in terms of the crime. That crime is impacting seriously on the workers, and I want to say to the leaders, stop the blame game, come together, sit down, and let us discuss the whole crime issue. There was a signing about 2 years ago in terms of the EPOC, and there's probably you need to call on Mr. Distance to explain to you what is the EPOC doing and where the government role is in EPOC, because EPOC was signed off as a forum where both the opposition, government, civil society and the union movement will sit down and look on crime. I don't think the government has paid much attention to that based on the utterances that the minister himself are absent from the committee for a very long time. So I just want to say to the leaders, stop the blame game. Let us come together. The crime is out of hand. It is hurting the people, and the workers are impacting negatively. And if you're talking about productivity, then the crime is something that is really having a serious impact on the workers' psyche and should be addressed.
Yes, and workers sometimes have to work in very violent areas as well, and we can speak to that as dental surgeons as well. The facilities are sometimes in certain communities, so it's a serious issue, especially that they would have removed location incentive from compensation as well. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, as you know, this platform is wide open for these discussions. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Grant and Dr. Kiffin. And
welcome.
Yes, as you know, we call on you from time to time. Thank you very much. This is Workers' Time. This has been Workers' Time. I want to thank President of the Public Surgeons Association, Dr. Vanessa Kiffin, and Mr. Clifton Grant, Vice President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. This has been Workers' Time. Let's go for a break.
so sweet. Yeah. The more I trust him, the more I love him. There's nothing good for me here tonight. The longer I know him, the better I can show him. I'm going to stop the even if I try. The more I trust him, the more I love him. There's nothing good for me here tonight. The longer I know him, the better I can show him. I'm going to stop the even if I try. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. Oh, man, he saved me. His good grace he gave me. Places love deep down in my heart. Great joy and knowing with him I am going, and I never have for him to depart. Oh, man, he saved me. His good grace he gave me. Places love deep down in my heart. Great joy and knowing with him I am going, and I never have for him to depart. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. The more I trust him, the more I love him. There's nothing good for me he'll deny. The longer I know him, the better I can show him. I couldn't stop no even if I tried. The more I trust him, the more I love him. There's nothing good for me he'll deny. The longer I know him, the better I can show him. I couldn't stop no even if I tried. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is richer, sweeter as the days go by. Separate me from God. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. actions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart to those who are in need, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, no, no power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 so far away. Suffering and shame, and that love that all cross where the tears and pain for a word of lost sinners were slain. So I cherish, behold, rugged cross. Hold on till my trophy on the hurt. I know you need down. I will plead to behold the rugged cross. Oh, yeah, and exchange it someday for a crown. Oh, yeah, on the whole rugged cross. So despised by the world as a wondrous attraction to me. For the dear Lamb of God left His glory above to be with to dark Calvary. Yeah. So I cherish the old rugged cross. She is my trophy on the hurt I go down. I was clean to behold rugged cross. Oh Lord, and exchange it someday for a crown. Oh Lord, and exchange it someday for a crown. So I cling to the old rugged cross, and exchange it someday for a crown. I would cling, yes, I cling to the old rugged cross, and exchange it someday for a crown. Yes, I cherish and really cherish the old rugged cross, and exchange it someday for a crown. Thank you. Back in the day, it's the God in the mountain. Life is easy when you're on top of the mountain. You've got peace of mind like you never know. Yeah, but things change when you're down in the valley. Don't lose faith, or you're never alone. For the God of the mountain is still God in the valley. When things goes wrong, He make them right. And God of the good times is still God in the bad times.
Welcome to another Monday, and this is what we give you on a Monday, the weekend roundup and fixtures to come, what happened on the weekend in the world of sports, entertainment, and truly it was an exciting weekend in the game of football. Horse racing, I don't know much on that, but it's shaping up to be an event for the Mute Mile that is going to be at Caymanas Park next month. But first and foremost, I wanted to pick out the most important, the Manning Cup, where everyone was trying to get a place into the semi-final, and notably the match everyone was talking about, that KC had lost that match, and eventually they were trailing 2-0. That would have taken St. Catherine through. But due to KC pull back 1 goal, it eliminated St. Catherine, and KC end up in the semi-final with a better goal difference. Oh, what a way how to go out. And, you know, everyone is happy that JC didn't make it. So the 4 teams, it's KC, Mona, okay, Mona, that is coached by Craig Butler. Let me see, Heidel, yes, and STGC. That's where the Manning Cup have sorted out. And the Costa Cup, it's not finalized, but it is Clarendon College, Glenmuir, Dintil, and our Garvey Massey, our BB Coke. That's where it's gonna decide. So KC is in. They are the runners up, and they are going to play the winner of the other group, which they are going to play. I think they are going to play. They're going to play Mona again in that semi-final, and Heidel will be playing St. George's College. We will see how that semi-final goes. We don't have a date for it yet, but we're looking out for it. And also qualifiers for the ISA Champions Cup are the teams from Manning Cup are Heidel, Mona, KC, and St. George's College. And from the Costa Cup, you have Clarendon College, Glenmuir, Dintil, or Garvey Massey, or BB Coke. So that is the Champions Cup. There's also the Walker Cup and the Ben Francis. We can give it to you once we get it. Yes, so we're looking forward for these games to come in the school, in action from the schoolboy football tournament. Okay. Also, there was a friendly between Jamaica and Guatemala, which ended 0-0, and it's looking promising at a point from the Reggae Boys, because you know it's a team that they are looking at for those who are given a chance, like McGee, Jamai, Topi, and others to make it to the original team. So they have a match coming up against Canada. We're going to see how they're going to fare off on that. Okay. I want to take a look also back then, the English Premier League that took place on Saturday. Okay. What happened there? You had Wolves. They defeated Tottenham Hotspur 2-1. That was a surprising result. Arsenal defeated Burnley 3-1. Crystal Palace 2, Everton 3. Everton really climbing up there and thing. And the unpredictable Manchester United came out 1-0 winner over Luton Town, who was hanging on for dear life. And Bournemouth defeated Newcastle in an entertaining game. Okay, those matches were played on Saturday. And as I said, the international friendly, Jamaica and Guatemala drew 0-0. In the La Liga, Royal Vallecano and Girona. Girona is a title contender. They won by 2-1. Real Sociedad, the visiting team, defeated Almeria 3-1. Getafe and Granada drew 1-1. Osasuna and Las Palmas drew 1-1. Real Madrid trounced Valencia by 5-1. That was a match on Saturday, 11th November. In the Serie A, Lecce and AC Milan drew 2-2. Juventus were 2-1 winners over Cagliari. Monza and Torino ended 1-1. In the German Bundesliga, Augsburg 1, Hoffenheim 1. Bayern Munich 4, FC Heidenheim 2. Darmstadt 0. Hello? This is World of Sports and Marcia. I am on here now, so yes, this is World of Sports and Entertainment on Rebel Radio. Yes, I know that you were gonna call because I got the message. Yes, and I was gonna get back in touch with you later about the next half hour, okay? We'll get back in touch with it the next half hour. Okay. Okay, as yes. Bayern Munich 4, FC Heidenheim 2, Darmstadt 0, Mainz 0. VB Stuttgart 2, Borussia Dortmund 1. Bochum 1, FC Cologne 1. In Ligue 1 France, Reims 0, Paris Saint-Germain 3. Le Havre 0, Monaco 0. English Championship, Sunderland 3, Birmingham City 1. Cardiff, the home side 2, Norwich City 3. Coventry 0, Stoke City 0. Hull City 1, Huddersfield Town 0. Ipswich Town 3, Swansea City 2. Leeds United 2, Plymouth Argyle 1. Middlesbrough 1 with a surprise win over Leicester City 0. Queen's Park Rangers 0, Bristol City 0. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Millwall 4. Southampton 2, West Bromwich Albion 0. And Watford 5, Rotherham United 0. Let's give it a point standing in championship. From 16 matches, Leicester City lead by goal average on 39 points, followed by Ipswich, 39 points. Leeds United, 31 points. Southampton, 30 points. Preston North End, 28 points. Sunderland, 26 points. West Bromwich Albion, 26 points. Hull City, 26 points. Cardiff City, 24 points. And rolling off the top 10, Middlesbrough on 24 points. In the relegation, you have Rotherham on 11 points, Queen's Park Rangers on 10 points, and Sheffield Wednesday on 6 points. That's for the English Championship, with Leicester City leading by a better goal difference over Ipswich Town. League 1 France. from 12 games, Paris Saint-Germain, 27 points. Nice, 26 points. Monaco, 24 points. Lille, 20 points. Reims, 20 points. Lens, 16 points. Le Havre, 15 points. Brest, 15 points. Nantes, 14 points, and Marseille on 13 points, rounding off the top 10. In the relegation is Lorient, 11 points, Clermont Foot on 9 points, and Lyon on 7 points. Those are in the relegations in that league. In the Bundesliga, from 11 games, Bayer Leverkusen, 31 points. Bayern Munich, 29 points. VB Stuttgart, 24 points. RB Leipzig, 20 points. Borussia Dortmund, 21 points. Hoffenheim, 19 points. Eintracht Frankfurt, 18 points. Freiburg, 14 points. Borussia Mönchengladbach, 13 points. And rounding up the top 10, Augsburg, also on 13 points. In the relegation, it's Mainz, 7 points. FC Cologne, 6 points. And Union Berlin, 6 points, occupy the relegation spot in the Bundesliga. In the Serie A, point standing, Inter Milan from 12 games, 31 points. Juventus, 29 points. AC Milan, 23 points. Napoli, 21 points. Atalanta, 20 points. Fiorentina, 20 points. Roma, 18 points. Bologna, 18 points. Monza, 17 points. And Lazio, 17 points. All from 12 games, rounding off the top 10. In the relegation, Cagliari on 9 points. Verona on 8 points. And Salernitana on 5 points. That's Salernitana, the team of our Jamaican player who recently transferred from Mount Pleasant, playing there as Tremaine Stewart. Yes. Point standing in the La Liga. Girona on top, 34 points from 13 games. Real Madrid, 32 points. Barcelona, 30 points. Atletico Madrid, 28 points. Athletic Club, 24 points. Real Sociedad, 22 points. Real Betis, 21 points. Las Palmas, 18 points. Valencia, 18 points. And Royal Vallecano, 18 points, rounding off the top 10. In the relegation, Celta Vigo on 7 points. Granada on 7 points. And Almira on 3 points. Now we get to the English Premier League. From 12 games, Manchester City, 28 points. Liverpool, 27 points. Arsenal, 27 points. Tottenham Hotspur, 26 points. Aston Villa, 5th place, 25 points. Manchester United, 6th place, 21 points. Newcastle United, 20 points. Brighton, 19 points. West Ham United, 17 points. And Chelsea rounding off the top 10 on 16 points. In the relegation, Luton Town, 6 points. Sheffield United, 5 points. And Burnley at the bottom of the table, 4 points in the relegation spot. And that is the 12th round in the English Premier League. Okay, we're going to do a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more for you in fixtures that is to come.
Party, party, party. Here come the black and the green and the gold. Control, control. Giving everything we got. Heart, heart, heart.
They keep on putting we to the test bar. Us to fail the measurement of success. Therefore, my brethren, we got to do our best. Better not so east or west. Yeah, 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 yeah. Rise up, rise up. Stand and take your place. Shine like the sun.
And take your place. Rise up, rise up. Okay, there's something I would want to tell my fans and friends here in Jamaica, even those who are not in Jamaica, to let them know what's happening and what is to come. Okay, we have decided that Friday, the 8th of December, that is the day when we are going to, have our Christmas party. We are going to be giveaways, entertainment, Right, we just want to show the appreciation to our friends that, that is with the world of sports and entertainment right here at the headquarters of Rebel Radio, which is Bourbon House on Windward Road. Right? There will be a lineup of special guest artists that will be here. Buzzway. You can look out for that 1 year. You can as well look out for One Sugar Dan and World Ballers. These are persons who Rebel Radio and World of Sports and Entertainment are associated with. And friends, in town, employees and my friend them back at Just Bet. Junior, you don't know. And Brown Man. All of the man them from Just Bet where they are Crossroad and Halfway Tree. Friday, the 8th of December is going to be that event. We're going to have, on that day, we have a few giveaways in going to be baskets, and we're looking forward to our one of our potential sponsor with their drink, Saka. Yes, Saka Roots wine. You know, gonna make sure that things that the patrons they will be kept entertained by, you know, our promotion ladies, etc. So again, the World of Sports and Entertainment Fun Day, Friday 8th of December, which is a few weeks from now. And yes, can expect good entertainment with world ballers myself, and you know, and entertainment with our, you know, with our crew, and looking forward to the support. So you'll be hearing more from that, and you can look at Sporting World and Entertainment on the Facebook, and you will see more about it. Yes, I want to big up Natalie Sky Voice, Spladaps. Yeah, I want to just reach out to you know, and everyone in the diaspora to let you know that this is what is going to happen on that day. So there'll be more coming up about it. You'll be seeing some posters that will be done, and stay in touch with World of Sports and Entertainment on Rebel Radio, and you will be knowing when to call, that you can win something, whether you can answer a question or whether you can, you know, do the thing that we're gonna do on that day. Yes. Okay. One other thing we want to look at is the breaking news, right? Cole Palmer really, you know, was making a dispute in the Man City huddle and was pushed away by Hearing Holland, you know, about his teammate. But there was nothing much. He just said, no, you're not invited there. Holland pushing away Walker right there. Yeah. Just making fun of it in the football. Also, I want to big up my friend Catherine Kate. Yes, Catherine Kate, the broker there. Okay, all the way from in California. Catherine, big up yourself. Okay. The lineup for it's a schoolboy football Champions Cup. St. George's versus CC. Okay. Heidel versus Dentil. KC versus Glenmore. And Mona versus BB Cook or Garvey Maceo. That's the lineup which pitted the Manning Cup versus the DaCosta Cup team in the Champions Cup. That's coming up in the week. This is how Issa arranged it. Also, you're going to get the fixtures of the Ben Francis and the Walker Cup. Tuesday, November 14. This is a DaCosta Cup. Tuesday, Clarendon College versus Glenmure. And this will be taking place at Manchester High. Christiana High versus Manchester High. And this will be taking at Brooks Park. And then BB Coke High versus Dental Technical. BB Coke High versus Dental Technical, and this will be taking place at Stets. Those match of November 14. In one group, So that was the quarterfinal round. The controversial coach, which everybody is now paying attention to Craig Butler and his Mona team, which is more seasoned. This team is have a lot of players that have reserved from last year, and they are looking promising, like they want to win their first ever Manning Cup, but they are going to have to get by, Craig Butler, of Phoenix Academy. I know some of the ballers are Mona is coaching them on feet. They are just one bunch team that is gel, and we're going to see how they're going to match up again versus KC in the semi-final, and the other match will pit St. George's College will be playing the other match. So let us see how well Mona will be up against Kingston College to see in one of the semifinals there. All right. St. George's College. Well, let us see if they can handle Heidel and see. How would it look if it's a North Street final? We don't know, but we're going to wait and see if they can get across Mona and the other team. Okay. At this time, we are looking to close off. We have a few minutes, and we want to take a look now at fixtures coming up for the weekend, very quick before we get out of here, especially for the games that are coming, international games. And okay. Euro 2024 qualification. England versus Malta. Italy versus Macedonia. That match is on Friday, 2:45 p.m. our time here. Moldova versus Albania. Poland, Czech Republic. There's a lot of match in the Euro that is coming up. Okay, but we have run out of time. We don't think we can give you all that much, but you have World Cup qualification and everything coming up on this international weekend. We will be giving you on Friday. So we just want to say thank you again for making it World of Sports and Entertainment Weekend Roundup, and we will be here back again on Friday to give it to you all over again. I am Kingsley JJ McCullough. I will handle you over to our next program with host Mr. Desmond Richards. Stay tuned. This is Rebel Radio Jamaica 1.
Giving up is the only crime. Now written on the pages of history. This is your moment, this is your time. Now we know it's not an easy road. Another road. You gotta carry the load. party, party, party. Here come the black and the green and the gold. Control, control, giving everything we got. Heart, heart, heart.
They keep on putting we to the test bar. Us to fail the measurement of success. Therefore, my brethren, we got to do our best. Whether not south, east, or west. Yeah, 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 yeah. Rise up, rise up. Stand and take your place. Shine like the sun. Your journey has just begun. Rise up, rise up. Stand like the blaze. Rule your destiny. Be the best that you can be. Rise up.
To talk about the Israeli-Palestinian issues. And we have with us Apostle Richard McCarthy and journalist and public commentator Lloyd Daguilar. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes. Apostle, are you there? Good afternoon, Mr. McCarthy.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, as listeners and viewers are aware that there is a battle going on, and Israel and the Palestinians are at war again. And we know the results of war is always ugly. And it is very ugly in that area of the world right now. Lloyd, what is your, I would like it to start with you. What is your take on what is happening over there?
Well, it's no longer a war, massacre that is taking place there. Israel has all the firepower, and Israel is committing a war crime, massacre, genocide against the Palestinian people. It has killed nearly 12,000 people, and half of those people, of those killed, are children. And the people, their houses are being destroyed, the whole infrastructure is being destroyed, and Netanyahu has said he is going to. and he's doing exactly that. There is no water, there is no electricity, there is no food, there is nothing that is going on. And Israel has superior firepower. The Palestinians can't contest what Israel is doing. So countries have been calling on Israel, including the United Nations General Assembly, to declare peace and see if they can resolve this matter. Israel has rejected it, and it is backed by the United States, which has warships in the area and is threatening any country which dares to come to the assistance of the Palestinian people. So what we are having there is genocide, a war crime, a massacre, and this is a terrible situation, and we, the rest of the people in the world, we are going to have to organize ourselves and come to the assistance of the Palestinian people in one way or another.
Yes. Apostle, you heard Lloyd's take a while ago. And I know you have been following up the situation from its starts. Now, what is there any new information that you would want to add at this time to what is happening over there in Palestine?
Well, perhaps not new, Desmond. May I thank you again for the opportunity to air the matter, discuss the matter. Because in every discussion, there are truth, there are biases, and there is misinformation in every communication. And what one should always seek to do is go to a position of truth. So before I answer that you're about to say, and by the way, I have been out and I've been busy with a number of things that I have to do and deadlines that's been a bit time sensitive. I haven't had time this week to really tune into the news to get ready for the current situation there in the Middle East. Before we proceed any further, may we once again state categorically that any loss of a human life is always something that is unfortunate.
Keep up your voice. The volume of your voice.
Okay. I repeat, and let us make that be known. The loss of any human life is always a tragedy, and it is always something that is deeply concerning. Any loss of human life. So, the act of violence is something that one should always look to avoid at all costs. Because the commodity of human life is the most significant thing on planet Earth. So in saying that, your guest made 3 points that I would just like to question 2 of those 3 points that he raised. He mentioned that the Palestinian people are experiencing genocide. Now, in the context of the meaning of that word, genocide, a number of years ago in Rwanda, and whichever international country had to fuel that situation, where Tutsi rised up against the Hutus, there was a bloodbath. was rightly deemed as a massacre. People were shooting to death or shot to death because they were of a religious persuasion. And that finally was correctly defined as genocide. In what context of the meaning of the word genocide can he say that an Israeli is committing or perpetrating genocide to the Palestinian people? In what context does he make such a statement?
Yeah, that is one.
It was a question.
What is the second one?
I would like that question to be addressed now.
Lloyd, you heard that?
Well, the genocide is defined as the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. There is no doubt about it that Netanyahu and Israel wants to completely destroy the people in Gaza, whether you want to call them an ethnic group or a national group. Israel wants to control. Israel conquered Palestine in the 1940s, and it has been carrying out war crimes against the Palestinians ever since. And this is just a continuation of what it is that they have been doing, and now they are going to the extreme. And Netanyahu has said he wants to reduce Gaza to rubble. And as I said, the United States is there backing them up. And there's also now a question as to whether they want to build a canal so that oil can be distributed in competition with the
Suez.
Right, in competition with the Suez Canal. And so they couldn't care less about the humanity of the people in Gaza. If they can kill them off, they are going to kill them. That is what Netanyahu is trying to do.
Well, on that narrative, I want to go back to your precise and correct description of genocide. Absolutely. On the basis of the description that you've just given, a neighboring nation or ethnic group invaded another country, and in the invasion of that country, slaughtered and killed. One is looking at numbers, and I don't know if that 10,000 number is correct. I am yet to see that number. But a nation invaded another nation, and they slaughtered 1,400 civilians, people, which included children, old people, and others. They slaughtered them. They took their heads, and they took hostage of another 200. So that's what they did against one nation. The other nation, one may say disproportionately, in a view, reacted to an invasion in their country and assassinated and killed their citizen. In their response, they clearly stated out what would be their objectives. After stating what would be their objective, they asked for people to be removed from the area in which they would be concentrating their reaction. How, in God's name, is that viewed as genocide? May I ask?
Well, Well, listen, are you accepting that we are having a massacre? If you don't want to use the word genocide, it's a massacre. Israel has killed over 12,000 people in Gaza. They have cut off electricity, they have cut off food, they have destroyed the country. This is not the first time that they have done it. They have done it several times. They will go to Gaza and they will say to the people, we are coming after Hamas, so leave your buildings. And if the people don't leave the buildings, they will destroy the buildings and say, well, we told you to leave, so therefore you must be supporting Hamas. And that is a justification. Israel is a terrorist. Israel is a terrorist. Hold on, let me just finish. Israel is a terrorist nation, and it has conquered Palestine. It has driven the people out, and it has been using all kind of vicious criminal acts against these people ever since. And so what is happening is that Hamas has responded in a way in which Israel has been dealing with them. So yes, they killed some Israeli citizens, but if Israel wanted to have wanted to be respected, then they wouldn't have used the tactics that Gaza is using, Hamas used against them. So what they are doing now, they are multiplying all the things that Hamas originally did and carrying it to the extreme. And they've told the people to go south. And when the people go south, they kill them as they're leaving. So unless the world comes down on Israel and begin to deal with Israel, the massacre, the genocide, the war crimes are going to continue. That is what I'm saying.
You have a responsibility as a journalist, as a public commentator, not to falsify information.
I am not falsifying anything. I beg your pardon. I'm not falsifying anything. I'm talking about the facts. Listen to the media. Just follow media, what is going on. There is absolutely no falsification of anything that I'm saying.
I was silent, and I gave you the opportunity out of good manners.
I was silent too, and then you responded to me, and you're not responding to the points that I made, that Israel is carrying out war crimes. United Nations General Assembly and the Secretary General of the United Nations has made that point. Why don't you respond to it? You're lying? They have something against Israel? Is that what you're saying? Come on. How can you be credible? How can you be credible and you're trying to engage in semantics when you know that Israel is carrying out war crimes and killing our people, including children? Do you have any concern about the 5,000-6,000 children that Israel has killed?
Sir, you stated as a fact that Israel asks people to move to the south and then they kill them. That is an outright lie. It is a lie.
That is not a lie. That is a fact. They have been attacking the people when they were south. But even if that is a lie, why don't you address what Israel is doing, the amount of people that they have killed, the destruction that is going on there? Why don't you address that? You trying to get into a semantic argument about whether, it is correct that they were moving out and Israel didn't kill them. Why don't you address the fact that Israel is carrying out a war crime, and it has been doing that now for 20 or 30, 40, 50 years, since 1948. That is what I address.
Mr. Diageo, our host, had shown himself to be an excellent journalist. And maybe this is why he has a radio program. Because although he is the host, he has given the opportunity for views to be shared, to be heard, and to be retorted.
Come on, man, get to the point. Get to the point. You're getting into side issues. Get to the point. The massacre that Israel is carrying out against the Palestinian people. That is what you need to address. You seem to be denying it. You don't want to admit it. And you're going around the bush with your argument. Get to the point.
The facts and the point is this. You have distorted the truth about people being killed.
Israel is not killing nobody then. It's all a lie. Israel is a saint. They're right now. God instructed Israel to commit genocide against Canaanites and against all the people that were in the Bible. And he was there. And when they didn't carry out the genocide that he ordered, and when they cohabitated with the people, God was very upset and he attacked the Israelites again. This is something in the Bible, and it is what is going on right now, right? So if you are a religious person, you should know that this is not something new. This has been going on in the Bible, and God created the Israelite, the nation of Israelite, and he gave them other people's land, and he sent them into the people's land to commit genocide against them. And that is what Israel is now doing.
Well, sir, you have once again shown how ignorant you are of the Bible.
Please don't use that word, man, because then you are the ignorant one. You are the ignorant one, because if you don't read, if you are a pastor and you don't read the Bible and you don't know what is going on currently, and you're trying to go around the bush to protect Israel, because that is what you're doing. You're trying to protect Israel. Israel is committing war crimes, and they should be brought before the International Criminal Court, and they should be tried for all the crimes that are being committed.
Richards, evidence that I am not allowed to make my point of view be heard. There is no me being on your station and on your program. If the gentleman asks a question, answers the question, and makes his assertions and his point, why am I on the program looking to make points?
Once again, you have the opportunity to respond.
Hold on a second, lady. We have 5 minutes remaining on the program. Apostle, go ahead and respond to what Lloyd has been saying and make your point.
Mr. Diagolo just made an absolute volatile blind statement against when he said Almighty God, the loving God who earth belongs to. It doesn't belong to any human being. It belongs to Almighty God. And seeing that he quotes the Bible out of context not knowing it, I will take him to the exact scripture and verse. In Genesis 15, verse 17, God Almighty said to Abraham, who had promised the land, there are inhabitants within the land, and I will give these inhabitants 400 years for them to turn away from burning children, offering up children as human sacrifices, and the atrocities that they were creating against their own humanity. And God gave them 400 years to repent and to turn away from such practices. They repent, turn away from those evil, wicked practices.
So commit genocide against them.
Hold it, like.
No, he did not commit.
Hold it.
No, he didn't commit genocide, sir.
No, he didn't. No, okay.
What he did, because he's a righteous, loving God, and he stands for righteousness. Just as how you were trying to intervene in the Tivoli incursion. What was your purpose here, sir?
My purpose was to protect the people, speak up on behalf of the people who have been massacred by the security forces. That was what I did. I went down there, the security forces killed over 200 people, and I would seek compensation, legal or otherwise, for the people who were massacred there.
Seeing that an evil nation that was cruel and that was barbaric, that was cannibalistic, and they invaded a land and was carrying out massacre on innocent people, Almighty God rose up an army and brought that army in to purge the land. And because they recognized his laws and his ways. He then established them and gave them the land, so that his laws.
That's not true. That is not true. God promised them a nation, and God said, "You obey me, and if you obey me, I'm going to establish a nation." You circle Canaan, and when you have circled it and you have gone around it 7 times, you blow your horn, and then I'm going to make the walls fall down, and then you kill everybody that is inside there. And they did exactly that. And after having destroyed Canaan, he went to other nations and he did the same thing. And when they didn't kill them, he was upset with them because they didn't kill everybody.
Jericho.
Come on, man. You read the Bible or you don't read the Bible?
Jericho, not Canaan.
Canaan is a part of Jericho. Canaan and Jericho and all kind of different ethnic groups were there. And each one of them, God directed Joshua and to do what he had to do, which is to slaughter the people there. That is what happened. And just like the Israelites are slaughtering the Palestinians, that is what happened in the Bible as well.
But let's come back, seeing that we may have just about 2 or 3 minutes, because once again, if one is ill-informed about the scriptures, how can one be sensible in terms of the approach to anything? And you have just demonstrated again your lack of knowledge and the ignorance towards the scripture.
You are demonstrating your lack of knowledge and ignorance, not me. You're the one that cannot respond to any point that I've made so far, because you're demonstrating your ignorance and lack of knowledge. You worship what the Bible says or what people tell you is in the Bible. I doubt you've ever really read the Bible. You don't give me the impression that you've read it and you've read it in an intelligent way, that you've read it with intelligence.
I gave you a scripture. In case you want to refer to it, after this program, you can go and read it.
No, I'm not going to read it. You go and read it. You go and read Deuteronomy and read Deuteronomy and see what Deuteronomy is saying. And Joshua and Deuteronomy. Go read those 2 chapters. And then you'll understand the massacre which took place against the ethnic groups in that part of the world. Directed by God. And God said the gold and the silver belong to me. And when some of the Israelites didn't give him the gold and the silver, he punished them and killed them. Right? God is a murderer, just like Netanyahu is a murderer. God is also a murderer.
Gentlemen, we have to wrap it up there, because we are out of time. But what we can do, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Richards.
We can continue this discussion. We can continue this discussion. No, I am saying that we can make some time and continue this discussion. So let us aim at that, because I don't think we have concluded. There are still outstanding points to be clarified. So let us arrange for a continuation of this discussion, Mr. Apostle.
I was about to refuse, but then I remembered a text in the scriptures that they called the Lord and Savior Beelzebub, and he still went to the cross to save their lives. So I will look forward to further discussion with the gentleman that thinks that Almighty God is a murderer. Perhaps we can share with him that change his position on that.
Okay.
Before I go, if I may just close.
Yes.
There's no nation defending the Palestinians and their cause. I will ask him to investigate what is the makeup of Hamas. Is Hamas a composition of the Palestinian people? And I will need him to do that research, and on your upload, perhaps you can give me the response to that. What is the composition of the makeup of Hamas or a Palestinian? Thank you once again for your gracious invitation, and may you have a big and all the success of the program.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank you, Lloyd Daguilar and Apostle Richard McCarthy. Yes. And so, as I said, to be continued. And so that's the end of today's program. I want to thank all my guests today, all my listeners and viewers, and I want you to stay safe and healthy want to thank my technical operator. So until Wednesday, stay safe and healthy. This is Rebel Radio and I'm Desmond Richards.
Everybody sale at new budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form line, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insect and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Haverford Road. Telephone 933-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools Hardware Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsday.com.
Tools! The Lion King of